Hello there, YouTube. Welcome back to The Great Ace Attorney 2. Without further ado, let's jump back straight into the case of whatever it's called. I've already forgotten. Something about a spirit, right? We were just teleporting somebody across the way. That's all I really remember. Whew. I am super tired today, guys. Major tired. But I do want to play this. Of the Great Departed Soul. That's what it's called. The Return of the Great Departed Soul. Bum 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 bum. Alright, looks like I'm a little bit off, but it doesn't matter. Let's continue on. Investigation Part 2! I already had a drink of water. Okay. 23rd October, 2:41 p.m., Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Oh, that's right. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? It's a long time for things to say so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true.
So is your father all right, Susie? What happened?
My father? Yes, Professor Migatoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever or some unknown reason. For some unknown reason. Ugh.
That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy.
I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father's in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. The International Forensic? That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh!
You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
Yes, of course. I shall.
There's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. Kazuma.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can.
Holy crap. Back in Britain.
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial? Oh, yes. For the murder of Giselle Brett.
Ooh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Bruno?
Yes, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Susato. It's about the real reason why Professor Migatoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be, then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie. So how did you know about the Hound of the Baskervilles? It's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. Forensic Science Symposium. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan. My father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. At terrible trials of yours, when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium, it seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. Awful lot of work. Ooh, you can already tell I'm tired. Oof. Bleh. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said, anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally, then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. How trying for you. Giselle Brett. Oh, hey, I just said that. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she, then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. No one knows why, or even how, she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Apparently required killing Mr. Wilson. And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Is Shin. Who on earth was she? Why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth! I know you had a hand in what went on! In that visiting student's fate! Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it! They don't know that the guy never made it to England! That he died on that steamship! That he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
What did you learn?
After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been?
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
What? Kazuma's body disappeared?
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Did Professor Mikotoba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
I just don't believe it. What is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be that he's actually still alive?
Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? He definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us.
But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I suppose that's true, yes.
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me.
Mr. Sato. I know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Sato-san we're talking about after all, so I probably shouldn't push it now. About this paper, Mr. Sato.
Yes, it's all about the great exhibition. I've been dreaming about it, you know.
I was sorry that you were going to miss it when you were called back to Japan.
So was I. I felt desperately unlucky. But here I am, back in London while it's underway. It's a dream come true.
Perhaps you're not as unlucky as you thought, then.
Once we've helped Professor Hairbrain out of this terrible situation, we should all explore it together. And of course, we must invite the Professor's good friend, Lord Van Zieks, as well.
Your luck might not stretch that far.
You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased.
Well, yes. It feels like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest.
Oh dear. There seems to be a thread coming loose just there, look. I'd only be too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that.
Then take better care of it, please.
It was all going so well, until I ruined it.
It's so great to have her back. Let's take a look around the room, shall we? It must be about a year ago now.
I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris.
Yo, music shift, let's go.
It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles.
What?
My Baskervilles story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and...
Susato! What are you doing?
Oh! Father!
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie.
Well, one more secret to tell her, then.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So, fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Sato. I expected nothing less, to be honest.
I would think our first protocol should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick.
Oh, no, wait. Okay, onwards. Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic.
Then we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police. Or a great detective.
We're supposed to guess who she might be thinking of. We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you?
Oh, God. That's a little abrupt. Oh, the herb market must be strong. Daruma!
I see your Daruma still only has one eye filled in.
Well, we agreed that it's something we do together, didn't we? We could do it right now if you like. I'd be happy with that.
I'd rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruto. That was taken when I left London, wasn't it? I have the same photograph on display in my room at home in Japan, you know.
I wondered if we'd ever all be together again, to be honest.
I know. So did I. But here we are, and I'm quite sure there's a reason we've been brought back together.
I can't deny that having Susato-san back again makes me feel as though fate has something big in store for us. You see? Having my desk beautifully covered in papers as always.
You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruto. No more excuses.
Mrs. Sato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are so I never forget how lucky I am to have such varied experiences.
In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed.
Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer here.
You have water gently boiling in the stove, I see.
Feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. We have plenty of logs. It's not like we have to worry about paying for gas.
It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death.
Waiting the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me.
Oh, well, perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later.
Speaking of which...
Oh, I'm so looking forward to making you some tea again, Mr. Naruto.
Which you think I wouldn't like, given that I'm not keen on bitter flavors. But it is Susato-san's tea. It's amazing what a little cake or something on the side can do.
I would really love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. But I suppose that's simply not possible given how long you've been staying here in London.
Well, I do like the little chocolates you put in my tea. They go wonderfully.
Oh, Mr. Naruto, you would, wouldn't you?
It gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. The spade. Thinking back, that spade's been in here since we first moved in, hasn't it?
I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruto. That's not a spade. It's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel.
The Great Spade Shovel War rages on.
Oh! Where the fuck was that one ladder? Oh, hello, Calabi. I'm sorry, I didn't notice you. This is Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney is a visual novel-based game where a lot of it's point and click for half of the game. The other half of the game is answering multiple choice questions using the power of opening this up and then selecting the correct multiple choice. There are a lot of choices in this game and a lot of ways to go wrong when you get to that point. In Ace Attorney, you play as an attorney who gets to defend unlucky defendants who have been wrongfully accused of committing usually murders. There's one case where it was just a case of I think it was property, deciding who would own property based on the death of the unfortunate death. There we go, of the previous owner. It was then in that case that I figured out the truth too. But besides that, this game is very word heavy. There's a lot of reading to do in this game, and it's always like a huge commitment if you're ready to play this game, because there's going to be a lot that you'll have to like memorize. It's a really big mystery game. You're in class right now, so you'll pop in and out. Yo, no problem, man. Thank you for showing up too. I didn't actually think you'd show up because I thought you would be too interested in Hollow Knight. But thank you.
I left your desk completely untouched, Mrs. Sato, so it would be ready for you whenever you returned.
It's beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust on it anywhere. You've been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruto. Whatever next?
Well, I
I couldn't allow my great assistant's desk to sit there gathering dust, could I? It really is exactly as it was when I left. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too. Well, that's how it should be, after all. Oh dear. I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. Hey, here's your room back. You should have your room. Your room through there should be exactly as you left it. I've still never been inside. I've never been invited. Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room. I doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then. I'm so pleased to see all of our sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium. Yes, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns. But not anymore. Hollow Knight is the best game. There's nothing like it. Legit. I'm not gonna lie. That's a pretty good statement. That's a pretty good statement right there. That belongs in a magazine. They're like part of the family now. I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. Oh man. It's so nice to have Susato back. Okay, so in this game, we're currently in the investigation stage where we're in a point-and-click adventure. We play as Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a visiting law student, now become lawyer, from the great nation of Nippon, or in other words, Japan. And here we have our great assistant, Susato, who is actually the mastermind of all of the law in this game. As, like I said, Naruhodo, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, he is a student. She actually has all the books and has all the know-how. She's been helping me out through the first game. This is the second game. She unfortunately had to go back to Japan for a short stint because apparently her father had grown ill. Well, when she came back, she said that actually he was okay, that it was more of a trick to get her to leave for some odd reason. So, shrug. There may be something like it, but it's great. And yes, of course, Hollow Knight's fantastic. I really should get back into it. See, what I really hope is that they add like more. What was Silk Song again? I'm going all over the place now, man. I'm sorry, my mind is gone. I've been up all day, with barely any sleep. So let's start at the top. So, Hollow Knight Silk Song, is that like a separate game or is that like an expansion to the first one? Do you know? Secondly, Susato Mikatoba, right in front of me. She is my great judicial assistant. Helpful in every manner. She gives me hints whenever I am stuck. I'm usually not stuck too much, but there are times in this game it's very obtuse from time to time to figure out like which multiple choice answer I'm looking for and how it applies. Because there are some times where the game can be obtuse in the answer it wants from you. But not often. I think that's about it. I think the other important thing to mention is that we actually were not supposed to be the student. We weren't supposed to be the student that was going to come here for the study tour. Instead, it was supposed to be our friend Kazuma Asogi. Unfortunately, on the route or on the boat ride to Japan, Kazuma Asogi was unfortunately killed in an accident, and thus Ryunosuke decided to take his place in order for the relations between Japan and Great Britain to keep them strong, to hold on to them. It's another game and it's a sequel. It's been coming out for 3 bloody years. Oh. Stuck in development hell then. That's unfortunate. But whenever I can get my hands on it, I'll definitely give it a shot because I really like Hollow Knight. I really like Hollow Knight. To be fair, I'm not a big fan of like the challenges at the end of it. They move too damn fast for me. Holy crap. But watching other people do it, top fucking notch, dude. It's so great to see like actual good gamers play the game. I shouldn't say that. And to see like dedicated, there we go. I found the right word. Dedicated gamers play Hollow Knight. Wow, dude, it's crazy. Just like the difference. Have I finished it? I've at least beat Hollow Knight, or I've at least beat the Hollow Knight. There we go. Anything past that, I've done like little bits here and there. So I have finished it, but I have not completed it. If that makes sense. Because it's like I have not delivered the flower from the from the resting grounds all the way over to the Queen's Gardens. Good Lord, no, I haven't done that yet. I don't even think I can. I think I'm too stupid for that. Lord knows I would just like step into like any spikes or thorns and just immediately end the run. I'll be all like, yes, perfect, exactly. I can give the flower to the Elder Bug? What? That's Pog. That's super Pog. What the hell is that supposed to do? Oh. And then, to go back to Ace Attorney, in the moment we are right now, we've currently found out about a second party, or my bad, yeah, a third party that was there at the crime scene. And we're going to go investigate that guy. He's supposed to be like some type of con artist who knows a bit about engineering, and he's been able to trick other people into using his machines that can then cause such chaos and disruption. So, hopefully we can actually shift the case over to shift the case's focus over to that guy, because we don't want it to be on our defendant. But right now, it's looking hopeful. It's looking hopeful. Looking up. Yeah, but it's like getting back to the resting ground. It's definitely a commitment, I think. It's definitely a commitment. So, is like is the Elder Bug like a checkpoint? You can like give him the flower and then he'll be all like, "Oh yeah, I have a whole bunch of these." Is that what it's like? That'd be cool, not gonna lie. Well, you give it to him, people are like, "Oh, thank you," and then never give it back, and then he doesn't actually have any other ones. And you're all like, "Wait, I need that. My quest line. I need to go to the gardens. Wait, give it back. Give it back." And he's all like, "What'd you say, young whippersnapper? Isn't this a nice day?" And you'll be all like, "Oh, damn." But I already defeated the Hollow Knight. The Elder Bug doesn't stand a chance. There's also like the extra content that I haven't figured out how to actually. I haven't figured out how to go into, like the Grim Troop and stuff. All right. Ooh, that's all stuff for future playthroughs. Whew. Especially when Silk Song comes out. Man, there's so many good games out there that I need to play. I still have yet to play Metal Gear Rising as well. Shit. Alright. Enough delay. Let's get back into this. A new location has been added. He takes the flower and says maybe dreams aren't such bad things after all. Yeah. Yeah, I know, he's the old man in Dirtmouth. Give the flower and you can get... Until you give the flower to the grave, you can keep getting flowers. So can we just give him, like as many flowers as we want? Should we talk to Sholmes then? Perhaps he's at work. I think he should be at work. Oh, that's the other cool thing about this game. So, in this game, you get to team up with the greatest detective known in all of history, although he's still fictional, Sherlock Sholmes, because the name Sherlock Holmes is currently under copyright. So they couldn't use Sherlock Holmes, so instead they just moved the S to the last name and called him Herlock Sholmes. He rooms with a 10-year-old girl named Iris Wilson, and Iris Wilson uses the... Well, they haven't said it outright here in this game yet, but I'd imagine she uses the pen name of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the author of Sherlock Holmes. Either way, doesn't really matter. Iris Wilson is supposed to take the place of Watson in the actual stories. And I think it's great. She's the author of all the adventures of Herlock Sholmes that get put in magazines and everything. And I think that's just so creative. They made this 10-year-old girl the author of all of his adventures. And not only that, but when she writes his adventures, she writes herself into it, but instead as her father, John Wilson. It's utterly fantastic. Okay, but we need to go talk to Sholmes. I'm gonna go check his room, see if he's here. 23rd October. Sholmes' suite. Ain't nobody here. Great. Well, I can take a look at everything with Susato. Can't I? Oh, man. I just want to go all around the place and just point at shit and be like, Susato, you remember this? She'll be like, yeah! I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name. The Great Analytoscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, is that right? Yes, because it was with the pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, this gives me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy at last. Don't even joke about it, Miss Susato. You are joking, aren't you? This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. The one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? Shoddy something? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo. Stradivor... Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesnn't. The epitome of Mrs. Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. My eye is always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is. So you think they treat it with more care, really? But only the other day, I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no! I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor almost 10 minutes. Oh dear. That is a painful tale. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we've arrived in the country, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese inkotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruto. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me. Ah, yes. Mr. Sholmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved. It's one of my favorite parts of this room, full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Now there's a mysterious pince-nez. I think that's how you say that. A mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit. I think that last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. And this is where Iris works. Iris's pretty little tea set is set out beautifully as ever. Look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to untidy my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruto, you do overthink things at times. This blackboard is what Iris scribbles down her latest ideas, isn't it? Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up. Look. Cheap apples at the market, is what all of them say. What? The little figures can speak? Your questions would be answered if you would only read this month's Rants magazine. So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this. That's Iris's wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little bottles she squeezed onto the shelves. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles too. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads, Deadly Poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know. Just try to avoid any bottles labeled Deadly Poison or Highly Explosive. If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. I think that every single one of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. Ah, it's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go on it. I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that moved when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruto, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. Oh. I've made Susato-san angry as well. My voice is getting naturally deeper because I'm getting all choked up. Mouth dry. Slowly dying. Alright, let's get out of here. Check out Madame Tussauds, see if he's here. Being a waxwork again. 23rd October, Madame Tussauds. Oh my! No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mrs. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Well, it looks like Sholmes is not here. Damn. Let's meet up with Mr. Harebrained, see if we can find out more about Mr. Jurabur. Oh, Christ. He's lost it. 23rd October, local prison cell 11. Local cell prison 11. There we go. That's the way to say it. What's he doing? He's... Oh my. The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. He's still writing more now. Professor? Sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotova. I am Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner! None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh no! 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 The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Harebrained, what have you been working on in your cell? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography. Your autobiography? How I was diddled and fiddled by Hubert Hairbrain. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers and an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you'll see. It's going to be a new stereo publication from next month. Part 1. An odd birth, an odd upbringing. You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled. I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asmin and by that aloof engineer Drebber. We're not going to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? This morning's trial. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asmin, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There really was no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong! Logically, it makes no difference if you're aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor? He believed in me this morning, you know. Barrick did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing his case. No, Barrick wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I did some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barrick, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly, which would have been a fate far worse than death for me. But Barrick insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul ideal? Let's talk about Mr. Asmin, the victim. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It's a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money! We want to do research, but we can't afford it.
Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe.
It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asmund is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Blah. Words. Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler?
It was about a year ago when Mr. Asmund first brought Drebber to meet me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine.
But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist.
Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist.
What do you mean?
He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation.
I see.
But the wretched man deceives you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop.
What workshop?
Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine.
Why didn't you mention this before? Enoch Drebber's workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work, then?
Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see.
Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there.
Well, yes. Definitely. I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry!
I was more than half expecting that.
You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there.
He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then.
The place was incredible! The pinnacle of modern engineering! Even the oil he used was the very best! A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain! The indescribable scent of that imported oil! Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead!
What do you think, Mr. Sato? Ude machine for your next birthday?
I never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor. You don't have a business card for Mr. Drebber, for example.
The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure he would...
Aha! Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here. Look! What? Let me see that.
Try to get to the wind, why don't you?
Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
No. Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Drebber's card has been entered into the court record. Huh. What are these symbols? What is this? This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Ah, yes, possibly. Professor Harebrained mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Yes, that's right. But more importantly, it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Ooh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry, I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Interesting. And what's making all that... No, what's making the smell? Enoch Drebber. Engineer. E. Drebber. Technically, that looks more like a G. Well, I think we've we pretty much saw everything we could here. Let's head back to the experimentation stage. At the Crystal Tower. Let me get a drink of water. Everybody remember to hydrate. 23rd of October. The exhibition grounds. Foot of the Crystal Tower.
Oh! I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm guessing this is Gregson. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. That's right. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Well, greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
Might be a bit rougher on the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi! Get over here, Jaina! She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving her traditional East End training.
Gina? She's a police officer now?
Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She got a detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no. Really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it?
I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted, then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely. But you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
France?
Be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. There we go. I knew I could get the words right. Got all these damn fish and chips in my mouth. Should be right up my alley.
But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take a kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her?
I suppose he's worried she slipped back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh, of course.
So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. Don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
Gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Till all this is over, at least.
Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again?
So you heard that, did you? Right, well. Any questions about the scene? I'll put her to my capable detective diva here.
Alright, you're the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
And I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
Oh my god. Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. It's around here. You can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm going to be playing with my new friend here.
Ah, yes, Toby. Like that, that's great.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, I can't go up there, Suze. Oh. It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special
Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something?
The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one, yeah. But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something.
So that Lord Strong has expressed permission, we can't investigate on the stage. Great.
It was great, wasn't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about I'm going to be found guilty. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Odo's made things odd for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client.
Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though.
It's the boss I feel sorry for.
So you have to do the impossible.
What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest the other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber.
That's the one, yeah.
So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. Guess they would be.
He's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
So, Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they have any luck.
He's really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Saw a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry. Who?
You know, that Scowling Reaper was always glugging down glasses of that blood-red plunk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always at it for me, that cove. Don't know why he's always scowling about mine. Probably would have been a better good boss as it goes.
Should rather be the Reaper's apprentice than the detective's trainee? The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and chalice-guggling demigod, you're equally bad off with both.
I suppose you're right.
I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad we put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. There don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
Don't think you can lose Drebber at all. Toby the dog. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, Odo.
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
Ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... how do they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
Sorry.
I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Ooh, so he's a police dog, is he? Oh, God.
The police recruits dogs now.
I've heard that they've already been used officially in Germany as part of the city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all.
I need to drink it up. I need a sip.
Oh, Christ. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ah, that's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said. Once Toby Ears got a good whiff of your drawers, he could just sent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point by rather a wide margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Oh dear. Sorry, Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, what do you think about that? Toby Ears, Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out in the street. There you go. Knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Interesting. Here, take a look at this. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning my letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble... Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Huh? How come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out this is very high-quality French machine oil. It's a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say! Let's have a whiff, then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean you should smell it. Oh, right, you mean Toby. Woof. His sense of smell is so good, he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby can lead us to that Dodgy Cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then. We'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait. When did you... What's a pickpocket? If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crossed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time, bird cages will rain down on all of you. Your faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, how do you think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University? It wasn't by studying alone. That's a good line, not gonna lie. Oh look! A flying balloon! I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly. And so high up as well. Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see for miles and miles. I do think of it. That terrifies me. I mean, it'd be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded. I'm sure there are other ways to fly. Not yet. Na 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 na. Ah, the Crystal Tower. can't believe I'm seeing it in such a close proximity with my own eyes.
You've been really looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Miss Susato?
Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly.
This is where we found the remnants of stuff.
Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yes, and there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident.
Poor Professor Harebrained. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch. I'm a bad person.
Oi! That's off limits up there! Try to sneak past me again. Now stuff your gob full of the boss's fish and chips.
Yes, please. I love fish and chips. I suppose we need special permission. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da-da-da. Who are you? 23rd October, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Hello there. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh! You mean because of Professor Harebrained's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Zieks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it?
Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes. Thank you. A prosecutor. That badge. It's the same as what Van Zieks wears. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Oh, so that badge is coroner. Weird. She did the autopsy on what's-his-face. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. Ew. That's questionable. She was just delivering a report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. But Mr. Asman, following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Bleh. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Let's not beat around the bush, then. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now. Unofficially, of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally.
by creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Dr. Scythen is an extremely reliable corps. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba.
Yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean.
It was many years ago now, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
I didn't think that you were.
Mr. Mikotoba, Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinas, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens.
Then, Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right?
The Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered, it was just after young Barrack had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade a conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrack Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word. So Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother.
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science, then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand.
That guy's fucking cool. He is very imposing. I definitely think he could kill a man. But man, he is cool. I hope he doesn't die. I feel like they're just setting him up just so he can die. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Oh, right. We can go talk to Scythe. Oh, Christ, dude. That's so cool. I'm really liking this case. This case is fun. Now I can go explore that. I'll be right back. I want to go use the restroom real quick. So, whew. Let me switch it over to Brick Street. There we go. Alright, be right back. Oh, there's so much to do with this case. Oh, you get to go back to the experimentation stage. Maybe we'll actually get to follow up on the Scent Hound. The Bloodhound. We still have to find we have to find Sholmes as well, ask him questions. Also, just to show off, hey, look who's back! It's Sato. Look, Sholmes, I have my awesome assistant back. It also didn't seem like we were finished with Dr. Hairbrain either, so we'll have to return to him at some point in time. Perhaps when we go visit the workshop. What else? Oh, right. Beric Van Zieks has the picture of the guy. Oh man, there's so much to do. Whew. Is everybody back yet? I hope so. Maya. Okay. Whew. Let's keep going. Go talk to Scythe first. Ah! Spooky! Jesus, heaven Christ. Well, this is the coroner's office, so I should not be quite so surprised. Although, I feel like I've seen that lamp before somewhere. 23rd October, Forensics Laboratory. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. The chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too. It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you become, Mrs. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. It's so utterly quiet in here, too. A table and a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So, why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You would either have to have a cast iron constitution, or a really terrible sense of smell. Huh, a terrible sense of smell. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. Ugh, that's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh, yes. They actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. Oh, I can actually look up here. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something. Or like the pickled umeboshi plums we make back home. Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Mrs. Sato, there are some things in the world that's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh! So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors. Or umeboshi. Aren't they? Of course. I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk. Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tidy, though, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work. which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with the one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me, but that's all. Wait a minute. Boxes? Question mark? So many files. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have anything to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruto? Miss Susato? Can't you tell I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? This is how I cope! I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Taxidermy. It looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know. They haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. The taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruto. Oh, I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping, with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. Oh, I can't actually check out those books. Darn. There's something I've missed. I would have imagined by now something would have popped up. Ah! Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchased various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500?! They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too. It does seem a bit strange, you're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? What are you doing? Ah! I can only expect at sight. I could be completely blindsided. Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so you thought you'd snoop around. That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongus told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asmon, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asmon who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see, if two people who look very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true. But sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my. But that would mean the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery.
Mama, what is this?
Ah! Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is the lawyer, dear.
Oh,
Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke
Mama,
Yes.
can I cut this one up?
What?
I've never seen this at an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see.
Boring.
I think I just had a near-death experience.
Oh dear, Mr. Naruto, you're as pale as a corpse.
Let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Miss Usato.
I think perhaps it's time we left. Oi! That's off limits up there. Try to sneak past me again and I'll stuff your gob full of the boss's fish and chips.
Yes, please. I love fish and chips. Suppose we need special permission. You talk about everything, didn't we? Hey, there we go. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. It's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna play with my new friend here.
Ah, yes. Toby.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, I can't go up there, Suze. Oh! It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special
Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one! That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Forensic something?
The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one, yeah! But isn't it the case that special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or something, or as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah. Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Huh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Co's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart's given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah?
Honestly.
Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. And never eat another chip again in his life. So, you still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Alright then, thumbs the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. The Inspector Lestrade to you, love. Alright then, Odo. Leave it to me.
Sorry? going to get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil set, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads him to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. The stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it? About 30 feet, I believe. Or 9 meters if you prefer. Craning your neck to see up to it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Yes, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I have to click on the stairs. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. (20th of October, the Great Exhibition Grounds experimentation stage. Oh my! So this is the machine. Looks like it's been moved. It was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research grant. No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It's amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look. Is that? Hey! Lord Van Zeeks. So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think. We have permission to be here. From the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine. As long as we don't touch anything. From the top. You mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. Could have been the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, it looks like they moved the cage here. This does look different. I thought it was aimed upwards. Perhaps I'm just misremembering it. Oh, least approachable man in the world winner. 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. Lord Van Zeeks. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate. On the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case. Even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. Oh, fuck.
We're gonna start with his brother.
So, Clint. What's the name of your older brother? I understand. Lord Van Zieks.
You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. But, alright, it is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zieks family. Tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
Professor, you mean? Is something funny?
That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then.
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
You're too kind. We're going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next.
So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean...
Yes, it's the professor.
Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that.
It's turned as white as a sheet. Enoch Drebber. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. Trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Which, according to Professor Harebrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So, I was just wondering... I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but... we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Sato-san really does take the bull by the horns.
Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. It appears he already had that black monocle at the time.
What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all.
Photograph of Drebber has been entered into the court record. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
You sent it too, huh? Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zieks' apprentice, apparently. I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zieks, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
Kazuma-sama!
Kazu-ma?
I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence. It can only be It's you! Isn't it, Kazuma-sama? That's something strange the first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you? Kazuma? Wait! Too late.
What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice exactly?
You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
But he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia?
Tomorrow, he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us?
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh. It's, thank you. Definitely saw a reaction there. Tsusato-san called out like that. It really seemed to hit a nerve. She called out Kazuma-sama. So there's a badge there. Goldstown, huh? Ah, I can't look at the... Damn. I don't think I have any new piece of evidence to show him, neither. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all. Just here. But look, Mr. Naruto. That metal grill on the floor. It looks like it was designed to open. It does, doesn't it? The floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred. The birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the birdcage. We know what Professor Harebrain said in court. It's made of wood. More precisely, Japanese cypress, I believe. I think. Oops. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction! Wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruto? I understand that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. Might need it for the trial. Alright. That's what I needed to look at. Now we're done here. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruto? Yes. Yesterday, in fact. At Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We need to speak to him about that.
You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affair problems.
Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mrs. Sato. Of course. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. We just determined the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We have to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes! Iris told me all about this latest unusual venture. So he was strapped up in this. Wow, it's broken here. Ah! Look here, Mrs. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height. Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down to the crystal tower below. Full of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Leaving the man inside tragically dead. What are these hoops for? I wonder. Oh yeah, look at that. Why did it shatter there, I wonder? October 23rd, Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. In the confectionery, of course. Sato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Ah! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Look at that waxwork! I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. Yep. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find... That's the temporary waxwork himself. Oh, damn it. I really wanted to go up and kick him. Ah. He's a friend of my dedicated employee. Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Alors, do not disturb, huh? Poor Sato-san. She looks very perplexed. Ah yes, there be curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tuspel special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. No, can you believe that? Pay more money? As if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. The bathtub honestly has to be something. Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in the grisly act. I know. In case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely. Did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares.
Aha! We have a new theory.
We have a new theory. That old policeman isn't here now, obviously. I still can't believe he just happened to be on the jury, though. I understood that London has a population of 6 million people, and yet... You do seem to run into the same people disproportionately often, don't you? That's just my lucky streak. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry. The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash. Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly, and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. Oh, the ladder. Oh, there's a stepladder there. Look. Oh, yes, stepladder. I think perhaps we should let the proprietress know that someone's left it out. The stepladder, I mean. Oh. Is something wrong? Why do I feel as though I just managed to sidestep an argument? The top rung! For having wrung your hands through every debate about ladders and stepladders. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes. I'm longing to say hello again. But where is he? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh! What do you... Indeed, my dear fellows! The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes! Susato-san! Susato-san! My most humble apologies. Thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. My bad. We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I meant to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise. Only food so far today, as for that matter. Same, dude. Stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's the most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork has returned. It's amazing. Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tussauds at all costs.
hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all.
Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Harebrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. Swindler and an engineer? Quite the modern man. This seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. We have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. Data? If one knew something of the man's appearance at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find my clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Let's finish this conversation first before talking about Kazuma. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber. The face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you all right, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes. Forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery, and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder. You examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask. Was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere at the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all! Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I can believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Well, what is it? As I explained to you when you first arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh, yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it for a mere 5 shillings? That's a special one-time only price, you understand? What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone?
The prices are very reasonable, 5 shillings. I think you'll find it well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you, that's the point.
Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
Through those heavy curtains at last. $5 we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors.
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think.
October 23rd. Madame Tuspel's special exhibit. Oh!
Oh dear, the shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
Mrs. Otto! I say we turn on our heels and go straight home, via a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We paid you 5 shillings already.
True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. Paid good money to see an exhibit. It's clearly incomplete. The nerve of that great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? So we paid 5 shillings, and let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Sato-san's voice tremble? Oh, I made it sound like it was a confidence. Ah, we must talk about the shovel again.
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look.
Investigate in a little more detail.
What a large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with a shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night?
Mr. Sato,
Yes?
that's a spade, isn't it?
No, it's a shovel.
No. Shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel.
No. Although, we haven't considered trowels.
We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement.
So we're going to bury the hatchet. You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. Time well spent. I can guarantee you that. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think we should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? My bad, that was Susato. I'll put it back the way it was, don't worry. What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle. Mr. Naruto, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes! This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. That's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved with my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Irish still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ah! Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mrs. Otto. Do go on. And, as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This... surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound, had their throats ripped from their bodies. Gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. Closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity... As you surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh. The very night he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. It was a witness. But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than... the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen. So the waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, I don't know how to say that word actually, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. So horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. It's as shown in the photograph we have of him. His hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tussauds. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Yes, what was he up to?
The Professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say. The very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No, but that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation. Yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, a convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white. That really did happen overnight as a result of shock. It's hard to believe that incident. It was hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. This must be the killer. The fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tussauds said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. No. It looks like it can start moving at any moment, doesn't it? Pulling out a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. So, this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the bottle had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then, perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. It looks like a piece of broken glass. And quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? But 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Where can such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength. But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? Some of the glass was broken too. You don't mean... Exactly. From the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket? Makes you think, doesn't it? Early in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Well, let's take a look at the broken piece of glass. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It's probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Whoops. It doesn't matter if they're here in Britain or in Japan. Graveyards are scary. Now I come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen a British grave. According to what I've read, the custom in Britain is to bury the dead as they are, without cremation. What? But if you do that, you might accidentally bury people while they're still alive. I'm not sure that would be worse than accidentally incinerating people while they're still alive. I think we can both agree that it's best not to be still alive when our time comes, then. And what am I to say to that? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It's real. Seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. He has a large shovel in his hand too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not like a Japanese Chochin paper lantern, actually, is it? Lamp, lantern, Chochin. The point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this, I certainly couldn't do it. Not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be sure. To be honest. He has a plus badge there. Must have been an apprentice back in the day. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? How small? British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Really? Is it a real camera? By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lenses. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Sasato-san. Your eyes are shiny. You really do like machinery, don't you? Oh, God. All the way, Gina. Oop. Can't find anything out of place. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. But whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's giving up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Look, Mr. Naruto.
What is it?
On the bellows just here, there seems to be some very dark red stains.
Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Huh. Oh, look! The cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. There's something wrong. There is no plate. It's been removed.
Oh, what a pity.
But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh. Yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Sasato-san. She looks devastated. Okay, I think I've explored everything about this camera. Oh, what the bleeding Nora? Odo! What have you got undone? Gina? What are you doing here? Iris. She said this is where you'd be, so... No! Gina! Not so loud in the museum. Madame Tussauds will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy Code's workshop. What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yup. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now on a drag. So come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out. Thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then. See you there. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here. Being still. What? I know my place. In the exhibit, over there. Oh dear. Someone is feeling sorry for himself. Oh. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming! Your words heartened me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more. Forget that! I'll pay for everything! Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow! I shall hail a carrot at once! No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then? I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruto. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. Aww. Holy moly, jeez Louise. 23rd October, Enoch Drebber's workshop. That looks like... Oh! It's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine! Indeed it would appear so. They're only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place. In such little time. You've really worked miracles. It's Toei here who's a miracle worker. Ah! Thought your lot will show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Sadly not. We're gonna find a soul in here.
Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate.
According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. Wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I?
Thank you.
Anyway, we're hoping to snoop around in here. Get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way as we speak.
Them again.
Imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types.
Right. So there, my dear fellow. Let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance.
And you, Sholmes.
Oh, God. Pardon?
They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers.
Very droll, Gregson. Very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then. Let's see what we can find in here. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows, with steel bolts inside. Do you suppose...
Crossbow bolts these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds.
In other words...
Yep. That's more evidence to support your theory. I'll go show that Drebber was the one pulling the string behind the scenes of the whole scam. Yes!
Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive-looking back massager, that's for sure. But no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains will soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No. I'm fine. Thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear. There's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. He looks so weird. I don't know. I think he looks fine. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. The science trophy has been entered into the court record. There's a little metal plaque here. Look. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. Did I say foistering? Shit. Fostering. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Can we open this bitch up? It's a cup after all, right? No, apparently not. It's just completely molded. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky. While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in mid-air, unsupported. So to you, the solution is... ever taller towers? A ladder. Let me talk about the ladder. Oh, damn it. Well, the ladder conversation will have to wait. Alright, now let's actually look at the damn door. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith on his way in from the yard, so hands off till he gets here.
With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute.
Well, you don't have permission. And no one's giving it to you.
Oh. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Dribber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Alright, now let's take a look at the machine. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it. From the Crown and the government. Oh. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working possible devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No less change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a burn for Toby here, my dear fellow. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mrs. Sato. Oh. Is something wrong, Mrs. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise. From the far side of that door. Well, Gina? Did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it all. What do you reckon, Toby?
Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up! This is Scotland Yard!
Oh my. Someone is in there.
This rotten bleeding lock.
My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute.
Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door.
There! You may enter at will. You confuse minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for?
Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency.
There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Maybe I'll actually get to use the damn sword. What? What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats! There ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It's only moments ago that we heard those noises. There's the sound of Drebber running away. There's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high. Huh? What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling?
Blow me! What do we have here then? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what?
To that Professor Hairbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey! If we had these, there'd be no need to muck around about trying to investigate all that scrap metal.
There's something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. Huh? We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, and before the forensic investigation team arrive too. Let's first start with the footprints. Why are some of the pictures... It's like you can see like some of the pictures on the wall missing. The bookshelf is there. A lot of things are turned upside down in this room, but not everything. That safe is still up, right side up. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. There's no denying it, is there? The footprints. Yes, it would appear so. I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Sasotto suit up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean. I'm no Wonder Woman, Mr. Naruhodo. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Shum's suite isn't ever in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messing in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down. But why? Like, even this lamp is upside down. But the safe is not. This safe is bolted. It's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Shums could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to present exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, you can just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. That all? I mean, there's a bomb in the middle of the room. Green hot air balloon. It's a really lovely model. Looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas. A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be? The whole thing was planned here in this very workshop. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. Looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large... Ah! Mr. Sato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What did you say? Time bomb? Sorry, but... What is a time bomb exactly? Huh? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see. So that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mrs. Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine. Please, Mrs. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato. Oh, yes, I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Flipped furniture. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chair, and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in this room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction and my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that had featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? Most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Because gravity was reversed. Topic 2. Missing engineer. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling, which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now. Just for fun. Escaped via the skylight. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Ugh. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with a man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it is no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, however improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Sato lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. The spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. What? If Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. As evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery you face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly before Enoch Dripper gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? Indeed. The key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. The whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Well, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Oh, well. I was expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that! I know. A slender little vase looks about to topple at any moment. But the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life. Wouldn't you say? To be honest, Mr. Naruhido, something else about it has made a rather deeper impression on me.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhido, you surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though, it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on. So, let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know that this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite! And naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. He's absolutely determined that this device must have had something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's go around and see if the answer presents itself.
Take that!
I noticed that earlier as he was walking by. If you hadn't noticed it, well, it's there. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely! I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes. Last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my rune upside down to find it. That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know? But I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so I turned my rune upside... Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here, in a desperate hurry, to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. To find the safe combination. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can explain it, then how do those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. What the... What in the world? Why is there a shoe up there?
Take that!
the reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data. Ah! It was a piece of the green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruto and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Master Gotz claimed he saw above the stage when the incident occurred. It was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say? If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely, the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear. We desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. The rope! To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. We just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground. Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact. And in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment, this is the head of the waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh, goodness. I see you've joined the DOS, Mr. Sato. Excellent. Oh, of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous Professor. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the Professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, sans tete, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber. Tet, I believe is how I was supposed to say that. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction are... They're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Yay! New evidence. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is... Yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, obviously the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch Dripper is right here. Somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Dripper's hiding place must be the...
Take that!
Why else would he turn up the furniture? If he needed a place to hide, he wanted to hide in the safe. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, he made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is, at this very moment, inside the safe! Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Inside the safe. Solved! Deduction complete. Elementary! That was fun. That one was really fun. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. Combination was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2. I knew that! Alright then, here goes. Hello. You found me. What the? What a cheese ball.
Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume?
Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Tespez as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah! Ha ha ha! I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then. Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close for comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already.
Are you trying to help us get a kill or get us killed?
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist! Whew. Wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems.
Yeah, well, we've been giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Drebber.
What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in a fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself in the safe. Hid yourself inside the safe? That's what I said, yeah? Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police.
Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb.
Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up?
No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? Yes, quite the amount of egg. I think we have a fairly good idea what's been going on here now. What about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Hairbrain's instantaneous kinesis machine at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. That's enough! What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. What was he about to, what did he say? He said, after all. At the end of that. Okay.
Yes, well.
Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. As you know full well, this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe. If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, You are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, it would appear that our delightful, entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said, get out! Now! All of you! Your presence here is not required either, Gregson.
Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place. And the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here, but this lot disarmed.
Inspector.
Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Trevor?
Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Huh? What are you? That one. You mean? It was an hour later that we heard the news. The enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation site, the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever.
Bad end.
Try again. This case is kooky. Oh boy, trial part 3. Here we go. 24th October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Oh man. What I really need right now is some sustenance, guys. I ate dinner like a while ago, and I'm like super hungry. So we're going to take a quick break. I don't know if I had some music to put on. Some long-ass music. Oh, man, I love this fucking song, dude. Okay, let's pause that. I'm done with my food. I hope everybody got up. Had themselves a little stretch, a little break. Because now we're ready to get back into it. Ready for the trial. Oh, God, we're ready for the trial. Hopefully we can finish this today. We won't get, like, another investigation, a third investigation. That'd be kind of woof. All right. Back into it. Just in case I didn't read it before. 24th October, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows! Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here! Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to reign calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry. I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle. You must agree. Well, if I must agree, then. As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last, I was bestirred. My, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory.
Sorry to cut in.
Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with the grimmer expression.
Dear me. Are you going to take that are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know! Oh, Professor.
Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for.
What paperwork? Ah! I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful.
You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report.
That mass murderers killed 5 members of the aristocracy.
That always fucking trips me up. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. It was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here.
Interesting. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Courtney Stevens, huh? Interesting. Married into the Scythe family, apparently. Yes, much obliged, Gregson.
Us lowly lot of the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course.
Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Dreb. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much! Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Let's do this. This is it then. The final chapter. Funny. My heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. A strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. Can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Oof. That's better. 24th October, 9:30 a.m.
The Old Bailey courtroom.
Oh, God.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed?
The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice, Memory loss.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks?
Yes, my lord.
There appears to be someone standing at your side.
Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. Oh, he sheathes the sword. The smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it.
The way he holds himself. The way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else.
He's still suffering from amnesia. There's really nothing we can do at the moment.
I know, but... Oh, this is so very hard.
It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question.
Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. Evidence so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick. It is against the magician code, not to mention the law.
Anything scientists feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence. And, settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zeeks.
Before I do, my lord, there's a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Greater Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed in the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons.
It was... what? An explosion? This is an outrage! Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening, where the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames.
I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine.
Yes. Terrible business.
He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber.
The court will take this print as evidence, counsel.
The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. Ah, yes, something that I decided to look at yesterday as well. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity.
Indeed. Most unfortunate state of affairs.
However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection.
As Lord Van Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters.
Names, counsel, if you please.
The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So, what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Tripped up that entire line.
Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please.
At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Here we go. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say.
Is that a black monocle?
Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had the exact same feeling myself.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. The court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What?
Good. Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort.
All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility. Nothing more. But...
You procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition.
Understood. The kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed, somehow. Body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved, when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Oh.
Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness, but such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber.
Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field.
Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord.
As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for a young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past.
Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was
an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science?
Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. The Kinesis machine.
Hold it!
So, you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular, then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge. But the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given.
In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles.
Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there?
It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind.
And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment could have been a trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin?
Hold it!
Of course! That's it! Mr. Asman has a twin!
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings.
No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick, if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled that out as a possibility.
It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact.
So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman, then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? Oh, no. Nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
It crashed headfirst, you say? Actually, I don't remember what the guy looks like. Bum bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. According to the many witness reports from those there at the time. Yes. I need to take another look at this picture. Darn it, I want to look at the persons. Okay. Let's move on. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labor over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How'd you come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Really? Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. Really? What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment, and since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken. It's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose it's hard to deny. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
Hold it!
So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhido. The point is, the experiment resulted in an instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhido? Well, now that the machine's been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're able to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds. We will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asmund and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work. I won't get away with it. Seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Ziek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? Met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asmund's introduction. Provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his imprecise specifications. It was no trick. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove that mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know. It's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger.
Oh, right. Sorry.
About damn time I examined that.
Hold it!
Let's talk about the blueprints again. Clearly have better equipped. Furnished machine with some trickery, I think. Those machines below the Kingdom Come. And nothing left to explore is there. There's nothing left at the device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. In any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment could have been a trick. Very interesting, I wonder.
Objection!
That definitely wasn't it. Defense would have to object to that last statement, my lord.
And I would have to overrule your objection, counsel.
That was easy. The defense would have to accept the penalty given.
Glad to hear it. And you would also have to think again.
I mean, that's not wrong. People did see that. I definitely don't know what it's trying to ask me here. Yeah, it's possible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. Unable to establish that it was a if it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science. No grounds on which to demonstrate. So I have to prove that it was a trick, right? But nothing he said so far seems to be too contradictory, right? I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asmund's introduction. Let's press this one again. I don't remember what you said here. So in engineering, not to mention excellence in fraud. Already gauged what the point is. All I did was I construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. Mine like no other.
Objection!
Wasn't it neither. I had to. I had to prove that that picture is different from the prototype that we found in the workshop. If that's the case. All it says is that the floor has been blown out beneath it. Son of a bitch.
Objection!
None of this works neither. Because, like, I thought I proved it with last trial. That this is a trick. This is a stupid magic trick. Boom, 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 boom. So I already... And this is definitely possible if we could prove that he had like a wax model.
Hold it!
Press that again, I guess. Of course, that's it. No.
Objection!
Oh, crash head first?
Objection!
Whoops! Didn't see that. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the Crystal Tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakage in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying?
That's the opposite of where they should be.
Fuck, what? Why? That's right, my lord. Why? The birdcage was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. Why does this fucking matter? I'm already thinking like the prosecution. I'm just going to yell objection. It doesn't matter. It still appeared in the air. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Yeah.
Good gracious. Explain yourself, witness.
Well,
If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection!
but multiple witness reports claim it fell headfirst.
The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion, an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level.
It's approximately 18 meters.
Great. And then it proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection!
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection! He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed.
Right? A broken vertebra. Only one. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. Huh? It wasn't quite for long. Find out how to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. Strange. How'd you know it was one vertebra? Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. They don't actually talk about the, interesting. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes. And there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What?
It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. Nearly had him there. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
I mean,
Objection!
What? I can't use that? Huh.
Hold it!
Oh, 30 feet, it said. Oh, okay. The balloons were 60 feet high. So the only other place that's 30 feet high would be the stage. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Aspen on the experimentation stage. That's true. and the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower.
A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible.
Oh, yes. It's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Irritatingly, yes.
Objection!
Oh, that didn't work either. I mean, that made the most sense to me. Yay.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me!
Actually, that was one of the more interesting things. In the first part, there was no contention with the jury. Lovely. Retry from the scene. All the way from the very beginning.
Objection!
Yes. Surprise! Instead of flying through the window head first, they fell through tail first.
Objection!
It really doesn't fucking matter. All he has to do is drop.
Objection!
Objection!
And you know what? I feel like I'm right. He dropped out through the hole. Dude. It's like, what does it want from me? There's a big hole there. I could present that and just say, yeah, but this hole exists. Hell, it looks like it's designed. But no, that's not good enough, so.
Objection!
The sketch. Of course. The sketch. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. Oof! A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. Jesus Christ. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well.
Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Of course.
You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here.
But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with.
Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself.
Go on, Counsel.
It turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design.
Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion.
Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone!
Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the Kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life and lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the Kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow? That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. The second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? I have to think of everything myself. I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asmon. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations. Oh, Lord. all remunerations, yikes, from government grants or other income.
32%. Certainly very favorable contractual conditions.
But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asmon's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Ugh. Ugh!
Seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please?
Yay.
I'll put this over here.
Okay. It's true. Fuck. The investor, Mr. Odie Asmon, hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Kinesis machine? Yes, there you go. Mr. Drebber serves to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower. He couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. Fuck. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. Oh. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution's unable to deny that. Oh. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths, too.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection.
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage. Yet we know now there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point.
The staged demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection.
An accomplice now. Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. Well, if that's the case, he does need that body double. And the body double would have to be made out of wax. However, in order to get away with the idea that the body double is real, perhaps he needed help from the coroner. Or, well, it can't be Madam because she actually had the wax model stolen, or she was getting money together. So definitely ends up being closer to being the coroner. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer, what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? It could also be Hairbrain. Because Hairbrain was the one that pulled all of the levers. And that might have dropped. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel,
My lord!
you have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. It could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be it'll be all right, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. All right then. Here goes. Hope you all remember that. It's very important.
You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel, now.
The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
What? What in the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim?
We know there were two bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. And everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify.
You're a nerve, lad! Standing up there dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once.
A grave problem? Oh my word.
Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger?
What?
Certainly if the bird cage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman.
That's true. My argument is that there were two bird cages and there must have also been one person inside each. What the fuck? Where'd your hunch come from then? How did you just say, oh yeah, it's the coroner? Of course, it's the coroner. Because I got to the idea that the coroners, because there's 2 bird cages, which means one of the bodies had to have been substituted with a fucking wax doll, which we know was stolen at the time. But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Present evidence. Fuck it, yeah. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concern by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asmon's body double. Good gracious! Evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... this thing! We know that the victim, Mr. Asmon, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. Was described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the Crystal Tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruto. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there! How'd that get there? When did we bring that in? Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Send for Narinosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you move to indicting waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. I can't say anything tonight. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then, the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asmon.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? The witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. And he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that to effect The deception. He used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord! I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
Oh no, I messed up. Time to reload the save.
So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus.
I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way. I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged.
Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions.
I know that woman for years. She'd never be accomplished for anything. Such a nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have heard my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork is ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Using someone without right evidences? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmon's body double.
Yes, the applause is deafening. And yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment. I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Really? The reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced there's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this.
If you're ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal.
I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice anything.
The order of things seem to have changed around here for some reason.
I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when needs must. What's wrong with that?
Where do I start?
I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years.
That's even more than I thought.
We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime. We had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution.
Dr. Scythe, you mean?
That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Now look at her. Head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less.
Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We're all out to uphold justice, lads. Full of vim we were. Full of vim. That's coming across loud and clear.
Such a nonsense thing those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir?
The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you.
That's really not relevant to the case, is it?
You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. There was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible.
Oh.
That's right! Oh! That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh.
Whoops. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it?
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does she? Does he? True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Well, you learn something new every day. If you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. What? This woman, even more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. I have had my own problems with the members of the police. I do not trust them much. What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Optimal? Why are you calling a mass murderer? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man! You want to be locked up, sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this! What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it! People respected us back then! Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. Coroner's report was a hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best! And the apple of the force's eye! Hold on a minute there. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So it was before she was married. Of course. Yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. Legendary coroner even then. Bum ba dum ba bum ba dum bum bum bum.
I see no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture.
Hold it!
Well, how about I show you? But you claim that the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science.
I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I have evidence. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe that it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside the birdcage, namely...
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? It's unusually thick for glass.
Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
The Crystal Tower... Holy smoke!
Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass.
From whence this small piece originated? Is that it?
Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of your assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage.
What was this lady's again? Susato, help me. Bum ba dum bum bum ba da ba bum bum. Demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough.
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that cord into court with you?
Colonel Cobb? He's been growing back on the farm. Picked him up on my way back into town. He's a proper nibbler, he is.
Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe you could wait until after the trial?
Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I have something big to decide, the colonels are always pointing me in the right direction, see?
You're talking about your cob of corn?
Nibble nobble, guilty bobble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble, guilty bobble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble, guilty bobble, nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble, guilty bobble, nibble not guilty out.
Wow. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home. Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt?
Oh, I don't know about that. My time's awfully full already.
Amazing. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot.
there really is a reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmon's double. We must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. Truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. You can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruto. I'm sure you can do this.
Right. Yes.
Hold it!
Let's ask him about Courtney Stevens. She was legendary, was she? What did you say? Huh? That woman is still the best coroner in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish! That word never passed my lips. I'll never describe anybody that way. Never! Not even if they were still in the game. Huh? I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Scythe is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair? It would! If it weren't for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud! I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Legendary. Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum bum bum. Old Tosh.
Objection!
This one, right? Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh, gosh! Me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman in society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. Goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murder known as the Professor.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does it have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my! Courtney Stevens? Strike a light! It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Dr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tussipos. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asmon, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely. I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. That is almost extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Quite right. We can't let the straw come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. Wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end.
It's the professor. That's what links that frightful swindler and the coroner. Whoops. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Let me skip through all that. What does he have to say now? The yard's coroner is under suspicion. Then we're not done here yet, are we? Clearly. Would be this, right?
Objection!
It is not. Those two statements are fundamentally at odds with one another. I usually don't get these wrong. Well, Mr. Foreman? There's to be new Harlock Sholmes adventure published next month, by the looks. My lord, the foreman of the jury isn't listening.
Is that so? Well, I shall have to reserve myself a copy at the local newsagent in that case.
Mrs. Sato, no one is listening to what I'm saying. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity to have a rethink then, Mr. Naruto.
Fear not, my learned friend. I heard every sorry word.
Oh, sounds like I'm on the wrong track here. But I think again. What if I press on you more? Sort of problems. The police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Sometimes they even cook up a story to extort monies from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild, I think I'll take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. So the public at large view Scotland Yard, is it? Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, the Scotland Yardstick. I wonder how policemen would feel listening to the way this juror speaks about the force. I shall have a word or two to say in response. I guess it would be... Oh, we haven't pressed this yet, have we? Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir.
Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks? To the mother of all academic subjects!
What is it about scientists, honestly?
Objection!
Ah, there we go. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel?
If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on that day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides kind of cob, to be honest. Of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science to pursue the matter further.
That's more like it.
Ah, well, me too then.
Sorry? This brainy gentleman says he's right, and he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Carbo or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears.
Success! If you can call it that.
Thank you, Counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leading has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty, against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time. The trial must continue.
We did it! Why are you always so surprised about it?
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. Another wonderful victory.
I want to pull it out of my ass.
The waxwork of the despicable professor uses a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case.
Well, I technically haven't proved it yet. But I do have some evidence to go towards it. Yes. That's done. That over there.
I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Dr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. Of Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. Oh, my bad. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
The truth, sir. By using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madame Tuspels.
Oh, I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well. I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend.
Oh, yes.
You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box.
The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madame Tuspels. Yes, I shall see to it at once, my lord. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's always rough starting a trial because you have to that's where you start to unravel the large knot that is the confusing witness testimonies and how they're going to fight against your onslaught of evidence. 24th October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he?
Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dark.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. I guess I'm deliberate.
I can't help feeling this Professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh, yes. In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Trevor, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zeeks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes! In fact, I alone am not a member of the set! Though, that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other.
Oh, excuse me. Dr. Scythe! Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nest of aunts. Good day to you.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about? It's a Professor case. But please, don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, it's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
That explained utterly nothing.
She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. To the edge of my seat awaits.
Maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. All right. I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce, then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth.
What does that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what.
Let's do this. Back to action. 24th October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey. Courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of the court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready.
As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks,
My lord?
are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspers?
Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well. Bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspers to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. Drepper is responsible, as I'm sure he is. It means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe.
And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork.
Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present is all we have to go on. Oh. State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspers. I am a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of Madame Tuspers' Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world.
Oh my! What expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum.
But yeah, thank you for showing up, Tama.
Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit.
You love sleep. Sleep is amazing. Sleep is never comfortable for me anymore. I think it has something to do with my breathing. The house I live in is like super dusty. No matter how much we dust it, it's just there's more dust coming out of somewhere. Lack of cleanliness, so I never get any like good sleep. I always feel like it's hard to breathe. Not to sleep like extra hours because of it. However, when I sleep anywhere else, sleep is amazing. Hey, you get what you can get, you know? Play the hand you were dealt. So as such, I decided to say, fuck sleep, we're playing video games. Actually, it's funny, because it's like, for the majority of today, I was like working on like 2 hours of sleep, and it was only through the grace of me dropping off my niece, having to watch her for a couple of minutes at my sister's house, and I was able to get like an extra hour. So I'm currently boosting off of 3 hours of sleep. It's great. Because like I went to sleep around I think 9 a.m. yesterday. Then I got woke up at like at 11 a.m. and then I stayed awake all the way up until I think it was 6 p.m. Went to sleep until 7. Woke up. My sister said that she had prepared dinner, and it was a pork tenderloin. It was pretty fucking good. It was pretty fucking good. So that gave me good wake up. Then I came home, did some adult stuff real quick, bills and the shit, and then hopped online, and that's where I've been at for like the past 6 hours now. So it's pretty pog. I like this game a lot too, mostly because I like playing with the voices. The voices are a lot of fun. But I like doing that too when I was a kid. I always liked.
Oh yes, make the funny voices. Uh-huh.
Absolutely. When Endwalker comes out, it's that's pretty much what I'm thinking of doing when I'm streaming like Endwalker. Although I don't know how my friends would feel about it, you know, where it's all like, I know I have one friend who absolutely just mutes me whenever I start doing voice acting in 14, but I have another one that really likes it. But the way he reads, it's like sometimes he'll have to stop and like reread the text bubble. So then I'll keep going, and he'll be all like, "Ah, shit! Now I'm missing everything." So, oh, it's always a give and take. Not seen a 14 stream from me? Well, yeah, because like, whenever I play 14, it's not as long as, you know, something like Ace Attorney, where it's all like, Ace Attorney for me, it's just like, this is new content. This is all content I haven't seen at all. But with 14, it's always like you have to go back, you gotta do your roulettes and all that stuff. To be fair, with me, it's all about like doing it on my alts, right? On all the different alts I have across the multiple data centers. Ugh. So, a lot of that just gets kind of tedious and boring. Roulettes are optional. I don't have to do them. Exactly. I don't unless I have to for like leveling alt jobs. But otherwise, no, I don't do them. Ba, da, ba. But I like 14 a lot. That's why I have like fucking 5 characters on that bitch. It's like I have, actually no, that technically I have 6. Wow. I have 3 that have currently made it to the end of Shadowbringers, and then the other 3 are currently working their way through a Realm Reborn post story. Not all set, but I'm mostly set. Because I plan on taking my history with 14 is quite the story. But to make a long story short, I started on PS3 on another account, and then made a new account when I went to PlayStation 4. So I lost my old character, so I remade her on this new account completely from scratch, did everything all over again. It was so fun to just redo everything and just like surprise my friend with all like, hey, look, this character. You remember this character? Yeah, that character was left behind. We fucking bailed on her ass. So yeah. And I'm planning on taking her through Endwalker, as she'll be playing the Paladin. She is my tank character. Her name is Regina, and I love her a lot. She's a badass. Just happy with your name? It's not all doing all sorts of characters? Yeah, there's a couple of times where it definitely feels like I fucked up by choosing the route I did. I loved Paladin back during A Realm Reborn and Heavensward. Mostly. When it came to Stormblood and onwards, I was all like, I'm not really feeling it anymore, because they've taken away like so many of my abilities that I like. I always liked Convalescence. When they gave us Clemency, holy fuck. My healing went through the roof. I could keep myself alive. And then I saw a fucking video of Xenos actually like soloing Titan Extreme at level 60, and I was all like, holy crap. That's badass. What's he playing? A warrior? Oh shit, the warrior was the thing I could never get good at. I started playing the warrior in Stormblood. Holy shit, is it fun? It's like, I have meter. It's time to spend it. Fellcleave. I can't wait for all the swords to pop out of the ground as a paladin. Ah, that's so exciting. Unfortunate, but understandable. Well, don't worry. In Final Fantasy XIV, you could marry your girlfriend and be a paladin. Ciao. And it only cost you like 20 quid. Actually, I don't know how much quid it actually cost you. It cost 20 bucks over here. If you really like wanted to pull out all the stops, otherwise you could just fucking buy it for 30k gil. Yeah, I thought so. 20 euro. Okay. Yeah. I thought there was like a free option where you just buy the ring from like what's his nuts at right outside the Oh, oops. Fuck. My brain's gone, dude. Like I said, I'm working on 3 hours of rest. I'm surprised I'm still going with any form of energy. Bro, I can't read. I can't read symbols for shit. Never had euros as a currency anywhere in the UK? Okay.
I never do that. Pounds. Great.
What's that one? I don't fucking know. Looks like an S to me. S for suck these nuts. There we go. Figured it out. Thank you. Read currency, suck these nuts. Great. It's the best type of currency. I was actually reading a story the other day about how some mammals actually, you know what, never mind, I'm not gonna talk about that on stream. Think about it. No. This is stuff that we can talk about in free company chat. Not here. It's not about the jokes being darker, it's about me being on Twitch and not wanting to get banned. Okay, that's good. Because I definitely will forget at some point in time to be all like, oh yeah, that's right, we're gonna have this conversation. That happens to me all the fucking time. I hate it. I hate it so much where I'm all like, and there's like 10 different things I'm gonna do, I can only remember one. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with catching me online. I'm the fastest motherfucker online. You just see me log in and I'll be like, hey, what's up? And then log out. Whee! But yeah, definitely for like a free company when I'm not on stream. Cause it's not dark per se, but it's just TOS on Twitch. I can't talk about it. I really, and technically I can, because it's like nobody else nobody else is watching this shit. It's just you. You know, it's just you, me, and the extra voice in my head. Technically, if we think about it, since I've been doing this entire stream, there's been many voices throughout the entire stream, and it's kind of nutty. Right, stop stalling, and you get back to this, and you figure out how to take down this coroner that's been being an accomplice to murder here. So I got some lurkers about. Thank you, lurkers. I love you all. You make my life have meaning. Yep. See when I log on to 14 and level up all my crafters again. You know what I have to actually do when I get back on the 14 on your server? Fishing. Ocean fishing. Because I haven't gotten far enough in to Heaven's Sword to unlock Diadem. Oof. That's okay. Alright, onwards. And ocean fishing is cool. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. Yep, catch you later, Tama. Thank you for coming in. You're the best. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious Really? My odious personages? Personages? I'm gone, dude. Exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps. Perhaps their faces are very similar. No, it's not about the face. It's not about the face, man. Shut the fuck up. Are you suggesting that we should now see that
we should... Come on, Marcus. Focus up. Are you suggesting that we should now see the damasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd!
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed.
Oh, fuck! Is that what it is? It's an animatronic? It's a robot? Oh, it's all coming together, because after all, you would put that wax model inside the casket. Or rather, like, behind the curtain, you pay the money, and then the thing pops up to scare them. That'd be so big. That'd be like the best money maker. Of course you would do that. So of course that's the reason that one was stolen. Because then that guy who has all like the know-how to make shit would then be able to make it move on stage. Maybe that's not. Come on, Marcus. You got this. You can figure this out. Because damn, it doesn't look like him. But you could dress him up to make it look like him, right? Right? I'm close, I swear it. But no, he'd be right. Shit, he'd be right in front of fucking Professor Hairbrain. Okay, we'll find out as we get there.
Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. It would seem that you are unaware of the Tospel's principles. What principles? The family Tospels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. I totally said that wrong. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tospels waxworks in the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tospels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tospels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me. Somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tospel special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. The sight to behold. You said come. I was right. It can move on its own.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. Witness testimony. The Professor Waxwork. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tospel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger, and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. No way. No way.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
Oui. I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the Gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster!
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspers would not be Tuspers if it did not insist on an absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. Truly blood-curdling scene, which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time.
Blah! That's great.
The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
10-year-old article has been entered into the court record. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have produced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. It's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? This is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork linked to Drebber. Oh, my bad.
This waxwork linked Drebber to Dr. Scythe. There has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Let's do this. Let's do this. Come on, go. Go. I want to prove this shit. Let's go. Let's go. I want to get to that end.
Hold it!
Oh god, I can't speak anymore. Oh. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
All right. I know just what you're about. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course. It couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city. It was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb, emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave. And somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui. The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I'd say that people from the East can be just as astute as people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Logate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see. It would certainly appear the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
The impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel family principles.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is. Assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar manner. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça.
I don't know how to say that.
No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor. For some criminals, a symbol of status, even.
Nothing says hardened criminals better than wax.
That's a good one. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course. The Professor.
Moriarty, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principle of Tuspelus. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. Aren't we all?
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him to record this history. This is the raison d'etre of the Tuspel's Museum. I don't know how to read French at all. God damn it. But the man was convicted in a closed court and set for immediate execution. Then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
So 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui, exactement. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be.
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open. I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear. What a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours?
Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis.
Wrigley Mortis.
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open. It is very difficult to do my work.
Ugh. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the court just heard from Mademoiselle Tuspels. Of course it's significant.
Information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course. I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave.
There's no time for jokes, Miss Susato. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr. Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Hold it!
You say that dawn was approaching. What was the time of day then? Approximately.
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible.
The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning.
That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If someone had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? Certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame.
No wonder. What you just said particularly significant. Oh.
Oh! I should probably read this. Oh, I don't even get to read it. Number 139. Ball mask to blame for the Great Blaze? What the fuck? Mad Sheep Rampage! Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter. What? He drew this? Asmund drew this? What, dude? What? This is crazy, man. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam. Madame?
With pleasure, my lord.
What time did you actually get there, then? Very long time, because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. in the half hour before sunrise, which would have been somewhere around 4 in the morning.
Hold it!
Do you have reason to believe you might be discovered on the sun once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too, then? I'd already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. That must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebba's plan. Now, if that's really true. That's really true. The professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings, and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, I am also in... What is this supposed to mean, then? If she showed up at 4 a.m., that's definitely 3 hours after death has occurred. He was hanged. She definitely saw a dead body. Oh, fuck. But the coroner's report was written by Courtney Stevens. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. What does this mean? Uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting, anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, there's a profound connection to the professor as well. Which one would it be? Would it be this one? Or this one? I guess we'll just hit it with this one.
Objection!
Sweet! Madame Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that the problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. Extraordinary! I totally missed that first one. Not in my day! Then you said, by heck. My lord, and even his friends seem to have overlooked one very crucial fact. I was right, by heck. Cool. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Doesn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Oh, shit. This thing, right? What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection! Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word. Yes, indeed.
Maui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection! Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What? You're suggesting, Counsel, that you've identified the person in question, that you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place.
Yes, my lord. In fact, you can say he's right here, before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now. Now then, Counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Where is he? There he is.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Drebber? The previous witness?
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber.
This is getting crazy.
I definitely didn't think that was going to be Drebber. But it is. It is Drebber. But what's even crazier is that picture was written by Asmon. It was drawn up by Asmon. Holy crap. What's going on? So now there's definitely a chance for a motive now. The two of them were there that night when the professor rose from the grave. I'm guessing Asmon killed him. But then, why wasn't he actually hanged? By Courtney? Oh no. Oh no.
Order! 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 Surely not, Counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course. Madame Tussauds is a note, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago. was perpetrated by the very same man.
No. But that would mean...
Madame Tuspers. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Oui. Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my!
Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Yeah, words.
Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double.
Ah!
My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. He somehow became a doctor meanwhile while he was standing in the courtroom.
Ah. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about? It's a professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it and out of me. I'm messing up real bad. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody will want to get to the bottom of that more. The Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution calls the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Let's go, man. This is getting exciting. Order! 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 Very well. I'll uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. All right, then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Yes, come on, yes. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So it was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? The man in Madame Truspel's, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He's a research student at the University of London, was he? But too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later,
And suddenly, my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well, then. If everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course. As you wish.
Here we go.
In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. Oh. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument.
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
So you are one of the so-called resurrectionists, particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir!
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now.
At once, my lord. Ooh, boy. We know there's Odie Asman that drew it. He signed it. Cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that.
The lantern and spade.
But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital? A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with.
though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences.
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research.
Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you have revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night.
Hold it!
Strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale.
The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night.
And from your description, he drew this illustration.
Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then?
Well, thinking back now, I realize that I never actually saw the professor at all, though.
Hold it!
What are you talking about?
I think I explained it already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night?
I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? Back then? No. If there is, I don't have it.
If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruto,
I know.
I need to present it against that irritating backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax.
So wait, never actually saw the professor at all, though?
Hold it!
Okay. That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course.
Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and, Comme ça, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madame?
His camera. Ah. Oh, yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir? To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur, as part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tusper's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yes. Interesting.
All right, here we go.
Objection!
Ah, that's not right. No. My objection has been overruled. Oh.
Hold it!
Do we just press it and then we'll present to him during the Wait. This would be it, because this is the backtracking statement. Bum bum ba da ba ba da ba. Nothing new. Okay. Oh, you should have known because it has the plus and the minus on it. Just like all of his stuff. I guess I'll just press the last statement then.
Hold it!
This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade.
You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never before seen technology. And you use those deception machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Sai's past she would desperately want to hide.
Yes, of course. Drebber and Dr. Sai are working together now, and if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. To prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead, as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruto, exactly.
Bum, bum. And is this statement? This is the questionable statement. Well, I've already tried presenting the camera to this statement, right?
Hold it!
Press this again. No one believed, they didn't believe. Rest of my... Shies only didn't want to know either. I guess we could try this.
Objection!
Oh! How? Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago.
Oh dear. We seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in the closed court. What the fuck is this supposed to fucking mean? Oh yeah, somebody drew exactly what he's saying. And he's just saying that what he said back then. You know, he was just kind of in a fever dream. What the fuck? It was decided in the closed court to ruling the mask would wear that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. And even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. And obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you just heard... A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it is inconceivable that the artist would have included that the mask in that illustration. What?
I like how they explained this to me after I made the objection, when I didn't know about it at all. What in the world? Ah!
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber?
It's a vital scene, isn't it? If you look closely. Huh? And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it?
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness,
then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see.
you're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious businesses yourself.
Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
You might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them.
The gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery. I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Ah, yes, well,
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me!
Madame Tuspels! Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh, la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Dr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame. What are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
objection! Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Please, Madame Tuspels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort! No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up!
That will do. Mr. Drebber.
Me?
You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels.
I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on. Do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well.
There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering of blood, nor any spattering blood. This is where we use the camera. Wow, this takes a long time to get to. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? Oh. But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It is the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. Huh. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. Sorry about that. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it! What's that? There, just on the bellows.
It looks like a dark red stain. Ah! That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, but it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber's obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Yes, my lord, and clearly it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe?
What? Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
That were really true, counsel. The implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean?
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report.
Ah! Oh. Lord Van Zeeks!
Pray, forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever?
Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Oh. And have you considered this, my lonely bunny's friend?
Considered what?
Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
There is a contract, that's very true.
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asmund's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebba's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. But why? What was his motive then?
Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with the charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
All right. Who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Drebba? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I'm going to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes the motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead.
What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed. Perfect.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebba, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What?
There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that common link. That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature.
A signature?
The signature on the illustration that accompanies a 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person.
What?
As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Dr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. It was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as reporter.
So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough!
Stop this endless drivel about my life.
What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyways. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that. It was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses. So it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
Mr. sorry to say, that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? I'm thinking it's this. I would imagine that if he really didn't care, he would have thrown this away a long time ago.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. Hold it! Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No. Good Lord! Dr. Scythe! Do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Damn, I didn't expect it to go this way. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing! At all! What? Have you forgotten that the Kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting you a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! No! Yes, but we have the jury. There's not really much you can do neither now.
Order! Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks,
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends?
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court. The defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord.
Congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything all right, Mr. Naruhodo? You said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is...
Oh shit, dude.
Why would we want further testimony? Because the judge has a point. All we really needed to do was focus on Harebrain. Whatever. It is of my personal opinion. I want further testimony. I want to know. The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
What?
You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume.
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Yes, in hindsight.
Ah, yes. One word of warning before I go.
If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Ha! In case this escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. And the whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Oof! Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. It slipped. That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You're what? Lord Van Zieks.
This is most irregular, to say the least. However, if the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Dr. Drebber.
Very well. Witness testimony. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. And I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. Oh shit. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems. All meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all. It's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
Must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. Can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that make you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. At least I think this case is the whole idea of like, hey, your defendant's clear way better than what happened in Ace Attorney 6, where my defendant is literally fucking dead. So we can literally have no trial anymore. So, fuck. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside his jacket.
Hold it!
From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Do you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. Look at this man. You know he's shitting his pants right now. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm well aware of that.
As I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body?
The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage.
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. Bum, bum, bum. Interesting. Well, here we go. I have no clue where we're going now. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork, I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber, and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
Hold it!
When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down and slowly opened it up. Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report. As a fictitious cause of death. Exactly.
So, the actual cause of death was...
the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word.
What is it, Miss Susato? Something about Dr. Seitz's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Yes. Mine too. Dr. Scythe! There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh. Which part? What I wanted to supplement your testimony with is... Huh. What she did to the victim? Oh, you stabbed Mr. Asmund in the chest. That part. Fine. That's what you want. There's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs.
She is not.
Amused.
Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness.
If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. What?
Objection!
Okay, so no, it's not about where we found the screwdriver. Maybe? Well, she had to move it.
Hold it!
And if I press this, this should give me the option to switch out. Okay. So it was you who stabbed Asmund with this? Yes. Far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given.
As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body.
There was no need to bat my eyelids. What else did you do to twist the facts? Mind the court, why don't you? If you wish.
Hold it!
The entire team, in perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Oh. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. I'll take that silent as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on?
Hold it!
You mean what you did with this, correct? I was merely carrying out the engineer's instructions. In his words, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmund. And so you went, without any of your team, to where Asmund had fallen. That's right. Yes. I leaned down over the birdcage and opened it up. I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. After that, it was a simple matter of reporting the stab wound as the cause of death in the autopsy report. The real cause of death being the fall, of course. Sure, let's have her change it. I'm still a little confused. Dr. Scythe, what you said before about the real cause of death, I believe that may be significant. So, could you change your supplementary statement to explain that instead? Very well.
Hold it!
I'm quite sure of that. It was a result of a broken neck. Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You'd never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well. What is the game wanting me to point out here? This is where I'm a little confused as to, like, what truth is being concealed right now. Besides the fact that, you know, Drebber was still the mastermind on this shit. I don't really know.
Hold it!
Let's press the last one. See what happens after that. But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say. I take full responsibility. Dr. Scythe! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine, though, Mr. Naruhodo. So that's her story. She admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could be really... I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? Truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. I don't. Well, except for Drubber. Scythe feels like she's just all there. Am I just supposed to...
Objection!
Okay. I was. Okay. So she... Because, like, why wouldn't the screwdriver work here? We found the screwdriver in the grill, but not in the body. Whatever. Got a nasty feeling. This inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. Time to find the truth.
What is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. That seems to defy explanation. Out with it. my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But now we know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. When this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Huh. Stab wound. It's in his chest. It's a snapped neck. Would it be the glass?
Take that!
The point that makes no sense is one being made at this very moment by your index finger. Oof. Huh? Your roving eyes and wavering hand undermine the bold words you started with. I guess we'll just point out the stab wound. It's like this is not a hard concept to fucking grasp. She took the screwdriver out and fucking brought it back to the, what the fuck? What am I supposed to point out here? Apparently, the victim was lying dead in the birdcage when Dr. Seiss stabbed him in the chest. That was the essence of her testimony. Yes, I know. And hearing that is when I thought, got it. What? But then somehow I lost my train of thought at the last moment and turned into a not it. Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. I'm sure if you try it again, it will turn back into a got it. Not really. I only have 2 more chances. We should let the defense explain. On the photograph where we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness statement. Yeah, sure. Well, the fuck?
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. Oh, shit.
And why is that significant, Counsel?
No way.
The victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion. That's entirely expected. Ah, of course, no! That's not what happened.
I didn't even realize the flow of the blood. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Seiss made it very clear in his testimony just now. And the point at which he stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, and the birdcage has fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, blood wouldn't flow down. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to form the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Seiss, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Holy crap. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Seiss. You claim you were coerced into helping Dr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. It's a question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Seiss' story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony?
Stabbing of the victim. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible! The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asmund didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Asmund's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe! Ah! Order! 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 Can this possibly be true? You taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, dude, shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
What? What do you mean?
It's obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asmund?
Asmund was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No. When you question what possible reason you could have wanted for killing Mr. Asmund, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange. We had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asmund. Scalpels. It's a scalpel. Or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. Phew. Come on, out with it. It was yesterday we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but
Well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
$500 scalpels? A month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asmon's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding, tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asmon was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. The darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmon in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you! What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. If you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you have done and tell the court the truth about what happened. "10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you for all these years." Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about the wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? Oh! So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmon's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmon, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery is 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye about the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise a plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially not for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he'd be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I...
Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. Most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Oh, yes.
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial. But I'm pleased to say, you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor. That's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened with his doing was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zeeks.
And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Thank you, Barrick.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord.
Certainly not. This trial has really made me think. But this is the right decision.
It has all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over.
I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Court is adjourned.
It's over. That was some trial. October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Ah! Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear, what can I do? How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now?
Oh my, yes. What am I going to do?
My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. Lord Van Zieks, what are you doing in here?
Barrick.
I'm sorry I had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew that you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no, hold on a minute, Barrick. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrick.
Lord Van Zieks. What's all this about? This is a precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up till now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
Barrick.
Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave this country. Should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Did your friendship package get any say in it? Goodness. Was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. Yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Ah, yes. All right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It's a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes! I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma. Berg van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? Guess we're wasting the courtroom, I suppose. Here he goes, then. October, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Well, at first, I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened? Please. the Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father?
He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. So sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight?
Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war.
What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my, you mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Father.
What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke.
He remembers everything.
Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. The Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Oh boy.
Whoa, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh. How is he alive? I thought he fucking broke his neck. Well, I don't know how to feel about that. To be honest, that cutscene was really... That was mind-blowing. For Ace Attorney, that was cool. Like, I know that Ace Attorney 6 came out after this game, or essentially Spirit of Justice, but even Spirit of Justice doesn't have that shit. Man. Wow, I can only imagine where they go from here. So he's a living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes. Kazuma Asogi. My best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Ziek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. It's a sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me. It was the first time I'd ever seen him." Poor Sato-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around. But just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London. And the friend had left behind a son. A boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. So he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out. That young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Woo, boy! That was almost 9 hours. So what's episode 4 called? Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. We have 2 more cases, guys. 2 more cases. Whoo! Oh, God. Like I said, I don't know how to feel about that. He's supposed to be dead. That's like the whole idea about carrying the Karuma. We carried him with us. Oh, man. I wonder, did Sherlock see all that? Or my bad, Herlock? He's Herlock in this game. He's supposed to be like on the edge of his seat. In the gallery. Honestly, Herlock's the final boss of this game. He's going to be the final boss because he's going to have the same role as Professor Layton did in Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton game. where he's just going to know everything, and it's going to be up to us to solve it. And he's not going to be, like, malicious about it, but he wants us to work towards it. I wouldn't be so surprised to see him just in the prosecutor's dock. Damn. I really like Beric Van Zieks in this one, where the first one, it sets him up very mysterious-like of his hatred for Japanese people. And then we see at the end of the game where it's all like, you know, fucking maybe he finally comes to the conclusion that maybe he's wrong. It definitely grows into this one real well. Oh man. This is where we're going to stop the recording, because on stream we're going to go find somebody to raid. Thank you, YouTube, for watching. Keep your mind sharp. Stay safe out there. Bye-bye.